He was a comedian. Everybody needs Phil.
Good evening, everybody. It is September 13th, just a couple minutes after 6 o'clock. And you are at the Celebration Residential Owners Association workshop for September. We have a very short agenda today, as far as our items go, but so just forewarned. We'll call the meeting to order at 6:02.
Very common.
Yes. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion.
Travis Jared.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Wait. Oh, no. Discussion. I would like to move the discussion of the budgets to the first thing that we discussed, because Mr. Slayton is here to answer any questions.
Okay.
I would like to move the discussion of the budget to the first item, since Mr. Slayton's here, then that way he can go home and have dinner and we don't have to pay him to just sit there and listen to us talk. If that's okay with everybody? Okay. Okay, so we're going to do both budgets to the top. And then the action items will come after that. Laura?
So we're changing section 3 with section 4.
Correct. Lauren, are you going to take the MBB off? Did you say you got another bid for that?
So I have another company that's finally interested in bidding on this. I can pull it off and just put both of them on your next agenda and we can have a little, at least another bid, or if there's a desire to just get this moving, then we can do that.
Well, it's 2 weeks before we
Yeah.
have the numbers.
I haven't seen the number back yet, but they came out here, they walked the fields, they're excited about engaging on it.
Okay, we can discuss that when we get there. But do we want to?
So do you want to leave it on the agenda, or do you want to move it to the next agenda so we can discuss both of them?
The community survey questions are going to, I feel like we need to get action on that tonight. So if there's a chance that we need to, I just don't want to make sure we have time to cover that, because I think there's quite a few things to get through. So MBV is going to cannibalize.
I would just say, let's pull MBV just for the sake of time.
That's fine with me. Okay.
So what was decided on the survey piece?
It's an action item tonight, David.
Yeah, I saw that, but yeah, I saw that, but I proposed waiting for 2 weeks. I have not, I cannot access those emails. I have not looked at survey questions. They came a couple of days ago and I don't have good Wi-Fi.
Should we be discussing those?
Well, let's leave it on and we'll talk about it and then see if we can come to consensus by the end of our discussion, because we may change a little bit, right?
The only comment, just as we move these around, is if we can be mindful of the time.
Absolutely.
Just we leave around 20 to 30 minutes for the questions.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, if the budget is getting a lot of time, then so be it. That's obviously critical, but we just need a decent amount of time to
Okay.
do that. So
I will watch my watch.
So Jared, do you accept the amendments to the?
Yes.
Okay. Charles, do you second? Or-
Yes.
okay.
Okay. So
So
we're moving the budget up to the top. We're removing the CCFC project, and then we're going to discuss at the very end the survey and keep it down to 20 or 30 minutes, or make sure we reserve at least 20 or 30 minutes.
All in favor?
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience or online who would like to make a comment about something that is not on the agenda tonight? Okay. So get right into it. The CROA 2024 budget. Everybody has- Okay, so what are the changes?
the changes that came out of the last joint meeting with the finance committee were the removal of the project manager position, removal of 2 of the porter positions, removal of porch and yard sales and home expo out of the CROA budget to be placed in the CCS budget. Because we received grant funding for those, and those really do truly fit as CCS items. And then the capital allocation that was contemplated is what equates to approximately 30% of apartment rec fees above, on top of the resale capital assessment.
Lauren, I know there's been some chatting about what CCS is. Could you just real quickly explain that to people who may be listening, what CCS is?
So CCS is your 501c4, that where your larger events that draw people from out of the community into celebration. It's 4th of July, it's Pups and Pints. It will be, hopefully the board will approve it in 2 weeks. Porch and yard sale, the home improvement expo, and on some years it's Founder's Day, your larger years where you have outside on your 25th, you opened it up to individuals that were not residents. And on some years it's your Halloween or your October event as well. It just depends on if they're resident only or opened up to the community.
You mentioned Food Truck Friday.
It's not moving into CCS.
Why is that?
I think
It's
that's,
opened up to, it's open like to the whole world, right?
it's also a revenue generator for you, so CROA would lose that revenue.
Oh, that's it.
So the farmer's market is staying.
Farmers market staying, they get grants on their own, so we don't want to pull that because then we couldn't get grants as well. Then it's just a net negative for
Because
CCS.
our net income is $13,000 between the 2 of those
Yeah.
things.
So the other reason to have events in CCS is we can get grant funding for advertising from Experience Kissimmee, and we could potentially expand out our grant applications to get additional grant funding for those events. So that's why things are usually housed there.
Did anybody have any questions as I looked over this?
So are we gonna have, since Tom is here,
You want to have Tom
explain the
talk about the
contract?
contract and its implications on the budget, so we can let him go before we have all the discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so we talked about the contract, we're talking about the management contract and the personnel.
The staffing.
The
part of it.
on-site staffing. Okay, all right. Yeah, so one of the things that you all wanted me to address was the question of on-site staff for the parks, specifically for maintenance, cleaning, and anything else related to it. And I think one of the questions that has come up is the recommendation by Grand Manners that you change or increase the staff on site for servicing the parks, and whether or not or how to address that with respect to cost. Is it a responsibility of CROA if you all agree that there should be more on-site staff for the parks? Is that CROA's cost, or is that Grand Manners cost? And the reason why that might be a question is because there was an initial proposal prior to entering into your Grand Manners contract where they identified what they thought would be an appropriate staffing level across the board. And that was included in, it was provided in June of 2021. It was published to the community in July of 2021. And then based upon that, some decisions were made with respect to, okay, we're going to go with Grand Manners and we like what their staffing recommendation is. It's important to understand that when I looked at the contract, I looked at exactly what's attached to the contract, what documents are included. So there's a management agreement. And then on top of that, there's a scope of work, which defines or describes all the work that has to be provided. And then there's also some additional attachments, which describe some of the charges that are going to be made, and then defines who's responsible for those charges, which for the most part, as you would expect, is CROA. CROA is paying for management services. So one of the questions was, well, hey, what do we do with this proposal that we got before we signed the contract? How do we treat it if Grand Manners says, hey, we need more on-site park staff now, but the original proposal was for less? Is that something that Grand Manners has to take on because the proposal was less than what they're actually recommending today? And so there's a couple of things that are important when you analyze a contract. The first one is what's actually in the contract. And then on top of that, of course, you're going to have what are some specific terms, if any, that address your question? And then if anything is vague or uncertain, do you have to go back and investigate what you looked at before? So with respect to the contract, we can see that some of the proposals are not, the staffing proposal is not really part of the contract. It's just part of a proposal that was communicated to everybody. Hey, this is what the staffing level probably should be. But within that proposal, it has a caveat, which any management company will share with you, which is, hey, we made this proposal based upon our walkthrough and our best guess here. But as we get into the property, we may make different recommendations. And so whatever the final number is needs to be approved by the board and included in the budget. So that's one thing, the understanding that it's a proposal with the caveat that, more information may lead to a different proposal number. The second thing to understand is that there is a specific provision in your management contract that directly addresses on-site personnel, including for parks. And it says that the number of on-site personnel are going to be determined by the board, which is what you would expect, and in accordance with your budget. So whatever your final budget number is, which is going to reflect the number of on-site people that you're going to have, is going to dictate the number of people that CROA is willing to pay for on-site park services. And so because there's this very specific provision, which clearly says that it's up to the board, subject to your board approved budget, it tells me that, okay, that's something that's going to be a CROA cost determined by the board of directors, not by anybody else, but by you all as the board, as you see in the best interest of the community. Do we want to add more staff for the cost? Is it worth it? Or do we want to try to keep costs down and reduce staff? Do we think it's sufficient? So that's ultimately up to your decision. And then finally, if there's any ambiguity, do we look at any other documents? And because there's this really specific provision in your management contract, it tells us what to do. I don't think we're supposed to go back and look at anything else. But even if we did, I go back to the proposal, the staffing proposal. It's clear to me that it's a proposal, just like everybody else's proposal. It's not a hard and fast, we commit and are certain that we're going to be able to provide all the services you need for this number of people. And if we're wrong, then we, Grant Manners, or any of the other companies that provided responses to your request for proposal would be committed and would have to take that cost on themselves. And then I would just finally add, as a general industry standard, you would not expect management to take on the cost of added employees to provide services. It's just not something you normally see. It's a little bit different than if you have a landscaping contract. We're going to provide services at $100,000. It's totally on them to hire enough people to provide those services. In a management contract where the services are going to go up and down each year depending on your preferences, you're not going to shift that cost to the management company if you want people that are providing extra services because you're not happy with the way the parks look. So that's just a general outline of how we reviewed it. And based upon all that, I think the decision is up to the board to increase, if you want, park services, on-site personnel. And I'm really just talking about on-site personnel. If you're willing to accept that cost or not, then you don't.
Anybody else have? Because I know there was some question about whether or not we could add staff or we should add staff based on what the original standard of work required. So does anybody else have any questions of Tom, or is that clear? Clear? Okay. Something else that we really need to talk about. A couple meetings ago, we talked about how we needed to get the staff out of here so we can start repairing this building. She did, Lauren did, we asked her.
Is this on?
It's about the budget, Jen.
Okay,
Okay.
everyone.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, that being said, if we move them out of this building and we find a space to rent, does that have to become part of the budget? Or can we use capital funds to pay for that rent while this building is being renovated?
Well, it's yes to both. So yes, it's part of your budget because it's going to be an expense, right? So you are going to include it in your budget, but you can use the money from the capital fund to pay for that if you want to. If the board, if the majority of you all feel like it's okay to do that, then that's fine. The capital fund can be used for any operating expenses that you feel you need to spend it on. So you're allowed to use the capital fund, which is funded by the sale of homes, as opposed to having to increase your regular assessment. And so you can use those funds to rent other space if you feel that's necessary. But you'll include it in the budget because you're pulling money out of an account that you control. And
So it'll go up on the, it'll go if say the amount is $60,000 a year. So it will go up into the income section of the income statement as like a transfer or a due from capital expenditures to offset the rent expense at the bottom. Did you get that, Jennifer?
I don't know if that's the best way to do it.
I mean, so, because we don't want to do that and then have the assessments. The whole point of the question is so the assessments don't go up.
I think the right way to do it is the way we're doing the 851 renovation. There's an expense line specifically for it on the operations, and then the capital can just repeat it.
So we'd want to increase the capital by what we would anticipate the rent would be.
Well,
Right.
but if we're gonna pay
But
for it,
you're-
it should be zero.
No, you would just not, you would create a expense line in your operating account, but you wouldn't fund it. It would essentially become a pass-through. So things
So it
are
has to be at
booked,
the top to be at the bottom to wash out.
things would be booked there, and then the capital would reimburse the account.
You can think of it like a top and bottom, but that's not how I'm going to display it.
The bottom line is you're pulling it out of the capital fund. You don't have to increase assessments to pay for it because you already have this account over here. Take care of it. And that's perfectly allowed. You can do it for anything that you want.
Are you carrying any money in this budget for that consideration?
No.
Okay.
So
There's
the
no
question, the question is whether we want to do that. I mean, my sense is to not take money from the capital fund, save the capital fund for larger expenses and make this an operating expense. That will be short-lived, but it's an operating expense. That would be my sense.
Yeah, but what would that do to the,
Pass it on to the homeowners.
yeah, then we'd have to pass it on to the homeowners, and I really don't want to do that.
That would raise it 1.5% from where it is now.
But we don't know really what we want to do either.
Yeah, we haven't made a decision. We can't, it's like we're still bidding on a contract and, you know, we don't even have a high number to put in, I don't think. And
Well, you can put a placer in there. So have,
Yeah.
The high number I've received is a little over $100,000 a year. The low number I have is 54 and change. a year.
Where's 54 and change coming from?
The Lexington property.
So. I don't know why we're still even talking about this. Because
yeah, I mean, well, plus we're gonna have to pay utilities and stuff there to still keep utilities on in here. So maybe if we put like a placer of 75 for rent.
Well, I have a question. There's been talk of keeping one side open. If we move the staff, like this side, I think we have a reason to move the staff, and that same reason would keep other people out of here. Those would be equivalent.
And just shut the building down and move the partner programs to other facilities.
Well, if it's unhealthy to be on that side, it would be on, it's the same area.
So that's what we would shut this building down, but we'd still have to put some kind of air conditioning in or something, the monitor for sure. Security,
Your server would still need to be
yeah, but that's nothing.
handled,
But we can
well,
shut
no,
off.
you still need to have your AC running, so your server is
Yeah.
not overheated.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
the,
So, but greatly reduced.
Still gonna cost us to keep this.
it's still
building.
gonna cost you to keep, I mean, until you're fully shutting down this building, you're still gonna have your landscaping expenditures, you're gonna have some electrical, you're gonna have water for your landscaping, things that, I mean,
Insurance on
your
the building and all.
insurance on the building and
Yeah.
everything. So your biggest reducer is going to be your electrical bill might be smaller, but overall, that's, I mean,
So, Sydney, you can overrule me if you don't think this is on the agenda, because it may not be when I ask it. Are we gonna seek quotes for repairing the building as opposed to basically
I'm
replacing everything?
gonna overrule. It's not a budget.
you know, we're just trying to figure out how to exit the building.
Right.
And then,
And because it needs to be part of the budget, no
Right.
matter where we get the money from, I think we should at least put a placer in there for 75. Because then that gives us some, because we're gonna have to pay utilities.
It's an arbitrary number though.
If capital's just going to pay
if
it back, you
capital's
don't
gonna pay for it, then you don't put a number in.
What is,
Oh, I thought you
where
said-
are we getting these numbers from? Also finance hasn't, finance recommended any?
No, and what they're saying is what we need to do. The
Yeah.
money is there in capital
Yeah.
and if we need it, we will act on it at that point.
So the numbers are the quotes from the rent that I've gotten from Stetson, from the Boulevard Shops, and from Lexon.
Gary, did you have something, or Mike?
Let me just comment on the capital fund. Yeah, you can take the money out of there for anything, okay? But I would say that based on our discussions, it should be for one-time events, not for something recurring. Because that's the discussion we had around the porters, because you start taking from capital, then you've got to fund it the next year, the next year, the next year. This is a one-time event, much like the 851. So yeah, take the money from there. I wouldn't put anything in the budget because it could be a guess, it's going to be wrong. You can be assured it's going to be wrong, it's going to be higher, it's going to be low. And the month that it comes in or we start to pay it, then we'll just replenish the income statement. We can put a revenue line in or whatever it is to offset, and we'll just be done there. So you can just match it as time goes. So you'll neutralize it as it happens. So you don't have to have it in the budget as a planned item.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
We do need a line.
That doesn't matter.
No, just from an accounting perspective, I don't think we need.
It's just that
I think just the labor.
That's just me.
No, don't.
Oh,
put it in.
okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. All right, I just want to make sure.
It's the suspense account is where we're gonna put it. Oh, yeah.
Can I ask one-
Those are banks.
can I ask one more? So back to, sorry, I came up with a question on the contract. So when we crafted the contract, that was you and who was involved in that? Was that the RFP task force when we did that? Because I think there seems to be maybe a little bit of a disconnect between when the RFP task force was there, when it got handed off in the contract. So do you have any, like, what did that look like, just out of curiosity?
So a lot of people were involved with that contract. So you had the RFP committee soliciting all of the, basically writing with my assistance, the RFP, getting the proposals, vetting through them. I mean, Gary was the chairperson of the committee. He's very familiar with that process. I know Gary and I and other members of the committee worked on the final contract draft to submit to the board for final approval. And then included as much as we thought should be included in the as far as attachments go. So we really wanted to make sure that the scope of work was attached to the management contract to make it super clear. This is everything that we expect. We don't want to leave anything out. We're not going to redo the scope of work that we've already put the time in for, and all that. So a couple of things were not included in there. One was the proposed manpower, because it looked like a proposal. I don't believe that anybody had requested that it be attached to it. I looked at it as a proposal. It was shared with the community in July before the contract was approved. And part of that was just to give a flavor for who Grand Manners was. It was, in a lot of ways, it was, hey, this is who we are. If you go through it, there's a few pages of here's our key personnel. Here's what kind of services we provide. Hey, we reviewed your property. And this is our estimate for what you would need. I don't think they used the word estimate, but they certainly used proposal. And they certainly said that this is based upon our walkthrough. And that as we go forward and subject to the budget, this is what we think the staffing should be.
So
We take.
I just want to follow up.
Yeah.
And make sure we stay on the same topic and then
Yeah.
capacity. So you worked on the contract with the RFP committee?
Yes. and with the
Initially?
board. Yeah. To the
Now,
RFP.
just let me ask him, just a minute, and we will absolutely have your perspective on this. And it was presented to the board as a recommendation.
Yes.
And were there changes from that version of the contract? Well, changes of substance.
Yeah, there was between handing it off from the RFP committee to the board and finalizing the wording in the actual management agreement. So it's the base document, right? There were some changes to the wording on that. There was no change to the wording on the scope of work. And there was no change in wording on the other attachments that I remember, except for making sure that we clarified that certain fees were identified and so forth. With respect to were some of the changes in the final management contract finalized with the RFP, with the help of Gary or anybody else, I don't remember exactly what input there was. I just don't remember because it got transferred over to other board members who have some experience with the contract.
I defer to Gary.
Yeah, but Gary, Gary's got a great memory. you remember something different, then you may be right. Go ahead.
You're getting there, Tom.
Okay.
As former chairman of the RFP task force, you're making a little confusion between the RFP document.
I'm not. That's why I asked about
Well,
the contract.
I know, but the words are getting mixed up. And the contract, the management contract.
Right.
The RFP task force created the RFP and the statement of work. And of course, our lawyer reviewed that before we published it to the prospective management companies before they provided their
Right.
proposal. But when it came time, when we got the proposals and the board made their final decision, at that point, when the contract, management contract was written, the RFP task force did not write the contract. That was left to the lawyers.
Okay.
Now, I had a personal conversation with Tom and asked him, is it going to be a new contract or is it going to be based on, this is my recollection, of the old contract? And having read it after it was written, it's a lot of the old management company contract with some new language that came from the statement of work.
Yeah.
But I want to let you know that I did not write the contract, nor did the RFP task force.
Yeah.
And you.
I was just that, I think the reason why we're kind of talking over each other again is because part of that is the scope of the work is from the RFP committee as an attachment to the contract. So
Right.
when I refer to it, I think, well, it's an attachment, it's binding.
Well, so you did it together because they contributed some exhibits.
Right, but Gary's correct that when it came time to do the draft, the foundation, it was a lot of the old management company contract with some changes to address issues that we had before.
Right.
So that we those, and then certain things that applied to what you wanted to do with Grand Manners and Grand Manners wanted to achieve as well.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions of Tom that have relative to the budget, perhaps? Anyone? Any? No?
Thank you for your help here. I appreciate it. He's right. He didn't actually write that.
Laura, anything that you can think of? That are those couple things?
So we just have to say that when this whole process happened, we did the tours. Island Village had 2 models and the view in front of it, and that was it. When the management companies went to view that, and all of this went down, they didn't know what was going to happen in Island Village. And we didn't know that we were going to have to take possession of Island Village in the first quarter of this year versus the fourth quarter of this year, correct?
Yeah, so your RFP specifically told the prospective management companies, don't assume anything on Island Village.
Mhm.
So this discussion about parks is parks other than Island Village. Everybody understood that at some point Island Village was going to open up. We didn't have a good feel for when, and we also didn't have a good feel for what. And so nobody felt comfortable telling management companies that are bidding, hey, you have to figure this out. It just wasn't realistic. So setting aside Island Village, I think what I'm really only talking about is the question I think that's only being brought up is, hey, is that proposal for staffing, which was only supposed to apply to the existing parks, not Island Village parks, what impact is that binding on Grand Manners, or is it something that's adjustable? And my reading of it is, it's a proposal, it's adjustable.
All righty. Okay, Tom, you're off the clock.
All right, thank you all. Good to see everybody again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I had a couple quick questions while everybody else is getting their thoughts together.
So Cindy, if I may, just in light of a lot of that discussion, I think, when there was the walkthrough and Celia was doing that with all the companies, those were relatively brief. I mean, they were looking at the community and I think it was 3 hours.
On a bus.
I think what has also happened is there's been when Grand Manners comes in, there's a lot of things that get uncovered. You getting behind and seeing the workrooms and so forth. I also think that what has happened is our level of service and what we're expecting for level of service has increased a lot. And so I think that feeds into the personnel discussion that's been proposed.
Great. Thanks, David.
Couple quick questions. Lauren, on covenant speech, you have a note to the side that says, get a better read on this. You've got $25,000 in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
But she said, but she wrote a note that says, get a better read on it.
That-
So my
that's
question
what
is,
they- That's a carryover note that can be deleted.
okay, so you're good on that, okay. I didn't see income from IDs anywhere.
It's called key income, and we didn't contemplate it because the tech committee is working on a new solution that will hopefully be implemented early on in the year on a, what's it, RFID
Yeah,
and the QR code.
Yeah, because I did see that, and then I saw it was zeroed out.
it's gonna be able to have
It's
the
from your
digital
cell
card
phone.
is what they're working on. There's
Yeah,
3 different companies, so it'll be slightly different solutions.
and honestly, we don't make a lot of money on it.
Well, I know that, but I just was curious. Yeah, just got another couple quick things. The 171,780 that you had in there for the pools,
That was the highest bid of the 3 bids that
Okay.
came in
So that's
after the
accounted for.
first iteration, so it's a placeholder.
okay. You've got a note here on a hurricane. Do you want to do a contingency for this?
The recommendation from the finance committee was no.
That's the hurricane.
There's a couple of things associated with the 851 building, because you adjusted the electrical, but you want to go through there and or maybe leave it the same, because we're gonna have to be paying something for water and janitorial supplies and stuff like that wherever you guys land. Okay.
The electrical note is we may need to adjust up as time goes on with finally getting the computers on board at the pools. They might, we don't know what the usage for the electricity. So we just left the 851 building as is, and reduction here would likely be
Increase.
offset by the computers at the pools.
Back to the resident ID card, you've got $5,000 to spend in 2024, but last year you spent 12,000, which is supposed to last us for several years, and now if you're doing this new key thing.
Yeah, we left it low because we didn't anticipate purchasing.
But when she being Amy, spent the $12,000 on cards, was it a multiple year supply?
It was like a 6-month supply, but we,
Well, the digital's not gonna replace the physical.
I was under the impression when she spent that $12,000 for those cards, that it was bulk.
it was a
gonna
bulk
last her for
purchase.
several years.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that far.
Not that far.
We did another 2,000 in August.
Yeah.
Never mind.
For ID stickers. Stickers different than a card.
They're both.
And I probably already mentioned this, but I don't remember, I'm sorry. The $60,000 in software licenses contract was nothing last year. Did you move it from someplace?
It was zeroed out last year.
Oh, that's.
It wasn't
where
at
the mistake
CJC
was.
last year.
I'd rather not talk about it.
That's not that.
There were some town hall tech lines, items in both CJC and in CROA that were zeroed out last year. I was not part of that discussion, so I can't say why. So we are trying to correct that with the accurate numbers, and we provided the finance committee with the detail of what's in those. In those items.
What's rolled out.
Uh-huh.
I had an income question. Because you sent out this afternoon that we're getting higher interest rates on the stuff. So is that reflected in the 121,000? So that number will go up a little.
Good.
5%. Exciting times.
It's not so much the rate. We put an additional million in that's not accounted for in the initial budget.
Right.
So that would be potentially $50,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
Oh, potentially.
that is, the rate doesn't make much of a difference. It's
Right.
been 20 basis points, 19 difference.
Is that million in this version 11?
No,
No,
the interest income has not changed since that was invested.
Should we change
it's
it?
130 right now,
121.
121.
Do you think we should change it?
We put in 2.5, we're at 3.5 now.
125.
Was it
25, yeah, it's 5 times 2.5
Yeah,
million.
125.
I put $1 million in. Yeah, we should have $50,000. Well, yeah, we should have $50,000.
Well, we know the exact number, right? Or no, we don't.
It's close enough. That's gonna be right within dollars. For 5.19, 5.0.
Oh, you don't think
Including 100% of that in operating.
What tab are you using?
CROA, yeah. Line 34.
I don't know that I go too high, anticipating that we might have to take money. We might have to cash in some of those CDs. Pay for whatever we do here.
I think we need to be as accurate as possible.
I know, but that's why I says we don't want to go too high,
Well,
because we have to cash those in, then we're not gonna be getting interest on it.
I haven't found Mike to be liberal in his estimates of what these things will collect. So I'm happy if he says 50,000. I'm personally happy with accepting that.
If you wanted to be conservative, you could cut it in half or do a percentage, but I mean, that's, Mike's number is what the finance committee based their original recommendation on in terms of.
So we're making that 175.
But again,
We're considering.
we're not gonna, yeah, because. So you've got, so depending how we, I know, play money on, we're not gonna get a loan to do the repairs for this building. We have the cash. Depending how we pay for it as the construction goes on, we may have to cash in some of those CDs to pay for it. So we'll lose that interest. So I don't want to pump the interest income up too high and then to the detriment of the budget.
Again, Mike, can you step up to the podium?
Do you think, I mean, would 150 be what do you think?
You start to tinker with things, then you forget what you did and where you did it. I think the capital fund will have about $2 million left in it. That's not invested. And we've got our working capital too.
You did 1.5 the first time, didn't you?
Yeah, 1.5.
And then you did another 1, so that's 2.5.
We're at 3.
We're a little over 3.
Well, we did 3.5 when the 400 comes back from the fund as it should, because you made that journal entry. We'll be at 3.5 virtually. And then you've got the working capital that's right at about $1 million, the working capital account. And we're not going to burn that. We're not going to burn off 100,000. So you've got several $1 million in reserve yet that's not invested. So you've got more than enough liquidity. If you had to do it and you'd be out that interest, not a big deal.
I think we should be as accurate as possible.
Well,
because the end result is a payment that our homeowners make. So I
as
think
Jared knows from the finance committee, we wanted to optimize. So I'm still concerned that we've got $1 million invested at 0.07, right? Yeah, I mean, our working capital, we got to figure out a way with this working capital that we're going to carry $1 million, like your checkbook. We're going to carry $1 million balance all through the year. We're at 0.07. So there's an upside there yet.
Yeah.
We just chunked out this other $1 million on the capital fund to maximize it on the treasuries.
Yeah, I know, there's a plan to fix that too, once we let these banks settle down, transferring all the assets everywhere, so, or the funds
We
from
need to do it, yeah.
one bank to the other. Yes, we do need.
I was just trying to be conservative. But
So if you make that change, then you're down to a 3.9%.
That's better.
Where's the income from the facility? That's other income.
From what?
rentals?
Yeah.
They're all-
It's under Parks and Rec.
So if we were, as the recreation committee is talking about potentially increasing, that's not here, obviously, so that would hit. So where's that again?
Parks and Rec income, right between other income and homeowner activity income. Private rentals and partner
Like at the
programs are
bottom of the
separated out.
page. Oh, you see it?
Yeah, it's lower or something.
Yep.
Anybody else have any questions? Bill?
on the budget.
Are we just
Is that what you're asking?
just throwing out suggestions here? Is that what we're doing?
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's
so
okay.
down to, we're 3.9 now,
I have,
and that's with towards 2 quarters.
2 quarters full year.
Lauren, where are what line is the two porters on?
It's in maintenance compensation. At the very bottom. They're not
Janice
called
Roper.
out.
They're up into that number.
They're rolled up into that, yeah.
And you can, since I was in here last week, that you can still get enough done with two guys other than four guys.
I think, I mean, as we discussed, going, obviously I can't get as much done with two as in four, but I think we discussed there was probably some seasonality with the pools and the intensive cleaning that would need to happen in the summer versus year round. And then there was some discussion around proof of concept. So I think two is a good starting point, and, you know, we can see if there's additional people needed.
How
So
much,
yes.
sorry, David.
No, where, I still don't see it. Is it under janitorial services? Line
It's line-
175?
388.
388. And they're not called out separately. They're just under facility maintenance staff. It's
Oh,
rolled
I
up
see.
into that large lump sum.
I see. So that does include two porters.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the proof of concept is a great idea. See how it goes, monitor their work, monitor the outcome, the quality. Do we need more? Do we need less? I think that's a great idea.
Another question.
Jim had one.
Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Jen.
did.
Okay.
The, we've been referring to it as a project manager, but I think what you're actually recommending is a project manager / vendor management person.
Mhm.
Is that accurate? What's, when we're, have that at 80,000 as a line item? And what does that change the percentage?
Like two, almost two.
1.6 more. So,
It gets you to 5.3.
5.3 from 3.8.
Is that something that you would propose having? I know Jared initiated that last time.
Who are you talking to, me?
To Lauren.
Lauren, that's what I thought.
I mean, I think it would be beneficial to provide an additional person to hold the vendors accountable that we have. Because, I mean, right now that's falling on the maintenance team to, you know, focus on the RFPs, find new vendors so we can bring in vendors at appropriate pricing, because we really struggle with finding vendors to bring in.
That was
And we have vendor-
compromising
Lauren-
Jared's original suggestion for a full-time project manager, right?
No,
It wasn't?
No, I mean,
It's the same.
it's essentially the same concept of what we were thinking. But yeah, I just,
That high price tag.
yeah, I just recommend lowering the, I mean, because if you want to fully,
yeah, if you want a PMP,
if you want to,
Yeah.
then you're looking at $100,000 a year. If you're looking for,
well, but I think both of them are equally important. I just, we need to have someone who, when we have urgency, the vendor needs to know there's urgency, and sometimes that's not easy, like you said, for the department heads to
Yeah.
do that.
And they're
struggling.
on top of it. You know, the other piece is, Lauren, you just said that's on the maintenance staff. That's a different skill set than project management.
correct.
And then the other piece is, my understanding is that we have a hard time getting vendors. A lot of companies don't want to work in Celebration. And so we need to do more proactive enticement, proactive engagement, so that we're getting good vendors and we're on top of them and getting the quality that we're paying for. So it seems to me it'd be a worthwhile expenditure.
I think what I'm having trouble wrapping my head around is when we talk about adding headcount, usually there's a business case. There's some justification that supports why we need it. I know we've talked about this a little bit. We've articulated a few reasons, but who is this reporting to? What are their roles? So just having like these numbers are great, but what what is this going to look like and how are we going to hold them accountable for these things of the porters?
Mhm.
Do we have some type of, like when we added the communications person, was there some type of business case, some type of, yeah, just something that we
That-
could look
I
at to
mean,
justify this, because that's where
the-
I'm struggling a little bit with this,
So
because this is
the
all.
comms position was straight a recommendation from the Communications Advisory Group. That's why that was put in the 2023 budget. The additional maintenance staff and the additional inspector that were added this year were added purely as, because we just don't have enough staff to hit and maintain all of the parks and amenity centers that you have. The porters are a recommendation because cleaning a facility is a very different skill set than maintaining a facility. And right now, we have our maintenance team cleaning the facilities and our parks and rec team trying to pick up trash afterwards while they're doing their other duties in the afternoon, because by the time, from when the maintenance team does their cursory clean in the morning during opening to the afternoon when Parks and Rec is getting there, there's usually trash built, especially in the summer, there's trash buildup. There's dirt and things going on in the bathroom, and it's just the state of the amenities as well, the deterioration that you're seeing in a lot of the sinks and the mirrors and the flooring is because they're not getting constantly touched and cleaned appropriately. You could protect them more from the elements if they were actually being appropriately touched and cleaned daily.
I'm gonna try to pull you back a little bit. And I apologize if anybody's insulted by it. And I have to represent the finance committee. After the last meeting, which I wasn't here for, we thought that we had reached a point where there was a compromise for 2 porter positions and a PM was gone too. So 2 were gone and plus the PM. And that was a result of the group thinking that there was $433,000 that we could use to pay for these positions and carry that forward. After you had some discussion with the finance committee, we said, no, that's not the case. You can't do that. You can't think like that. And people pulled back from it. Now we're back chasing that again and talking about the positions. I want to just, and so the finance committee right now thinks, okay, we didn't like the $257,000 that just rolled into it, but with this compromise down to 2, okay, I think everybody's sitting fairly comfortable with that. But then we came with the proof of concept, the way I think you would put them in part year. You start doing it with your other people and you start a log and make sure these positions are justified. Now we've got another idea there that I can give you later. But when you get down into the finances like this, you've got to back up and look at where you are with this index. You know, the money that we decide whether it goes to capital or we put it into operating, okay? And you saw the note that I sent out. I just want to remind you of the numbers. And by the way, Lauren, the apartment number changed again by like 18,000. Why does that keep hopping around?
As staffing changes and money goes in and out of the lifestyles events, then
Apartment fee
then the
changes?
apartment fee changes, yeah.
Oh, those lines, got it, thank you, okay. So that index in 2021 had $419,000 in it. And we use 0% for operating, 0. In 2022, it had $492,000 in it. We use 0. In 2023, it had $569,000, over $500,000. We put 50% into operating. So $284,000 went into operating. This year, as you know, we had a change in the calculation for the apartment fees after a lot of consternation. We got a much bigger number. So in that account this year is $863,000. Now changed with this last run to $844,000. Okay, the run you have right now. And we're going to put $590,000 into the operation. So we went from year 1, 0, year 2, 0, year 3, 284,000. And now this year we're doubling it with the run you've got in your hands right now, 590. So that is a very, very significant shift in your economic base and how we've done things historically. And that's not something you can perpetuate. It's not going to work. Jim.
So I understand that's the 4 years. I know that's been the policy.
It's not a
Wasn't there a point in time where it did go in operating expenses because we didn't have capital funds? So,
It's not my history.
but we've been collecting it, haven't we? Since
Sure. But they go down,
1996.
that's how the acceleration got in the capital fund, because you had a combination of the home sales plus that, I'll call it the index going in there. And that's what allowed you to build a $4.5 million soccer field and a
Yeah,
$1 million
so-
dog park and so on.
Yeah, so what was the original impetus? This is my personal question, that will help me work through this. What was the, emphasis at the beginning? What was the thinking of the finance committee and to the board? How much of that you can speak of it?
Are you
When they
talking-
made that decision?
To start collecting the money from the sales of homes? Is that your?
No, I'm talking about putting 100%.
Oh.
Like, yeah, what would you call zero, the zero index?
Right.
So,
Yeah, well, the thinking there, and it started back a long time ago, putting the 100% in. The thinking was simply the capacity of the organization. When you put together your budget and you put together your financial statement and you get through the whole thing, then you've got some surplus. You don't have to spend everything. This isn't the government. We don't have to go zero based. So when that money's left over, then we can say, okay, let's allocate that someplace. And somehow it got into that bad habit of contra assets and everything else. We've changed all that in the financial statement, but that particular line was getting shuffled off. Okay. But if you want to look at it as the index, it's a matter of seeing where you are once you go through your financial statement, have what you think is the right staffing, the right expenses accounted for, everything else. There's a surplus. So you could allocate that to something else for reserve or for a capital expenditure or whatever it is. So it's just good management of the economics. It's fiscal responsibility. So there isn't the philosophy is have a good tight budget that's efficient and represents the organization. Nothing more, nothing less.
thank you.
Yeah, okay, well, that's helpful. So anyway, I think you're really dealing with some pretty significant, you're moving the earth here. You're moving the needle. This isn't just, nickels and dimes. You're talking about $590,000 in the operation right now in the past that you've got in your hands. To start doing anything more with that, I think the committee would be very concerned, very concerned.
I think, I have a few areas where I think where we need to change and some that I think need to be cut. The new signature events, I know why we created that and why we have it, but do we have a plan for any of that, or is that something that we can postpone another year and focus on the events that we care? And Dory, if you want.
That's part of the resolution for that committee, but, we put it together that we can blow it up too.
$1,000.
6,000.
Can you speak to what you worked on?
As
Till now?
of right now,
Mhm.
there is nothing that the committee has discussed for that at this, for the 10, the additional leftover 10 of the 40.
Well,
So-
and then
so-
we could also take that out of the budget, and then maybe you have some savings in some other events that you have that you could create something to.
Take what out of the budget? How much?
10,000.
What's
For
that
the
equate to?
signature.
What does that equate to a year?
0.25%
How much?
for the increase.
Is there revenue associated
There's
with that on top?
revenue, yeah, so it's only a
Another-
net of 8,500.
Well, there's revenue associated.
Yeah, but it's a net negative. So we're moving both of those and you're still at 3.9, you're just a couple of dollars less.
So if you take it off, how much are we saving a year? Door wise?
So with it in, it's $45.84. Without it, it's $45.07.
So seriously, I mean, the residents,
We don't even have a plan for what we're gonna do with that money.
They
It was supposed to
believe
be
me,
happening this year.
well, the year's not up.
Well, it's by,
It wasn't funded this year.
Wasn't,
That's the
it's for, this is for next year.
This is me personally. I'm not speaking for, I don't think anyone else on the board, necessarily. I think that the special events make celebration. So I would vote to keep it in and, empower them to do all they can to keep it special.
Thank you, Jim.
Celebration is what makes celebration. Just as an FYI, I mean, special events are nice, they're icing on the cake, but I would strongly disagree with that.
I said it was my opinion, so yeah.
No, that's, I guess, no.
Totally get it.
The others are on Parks and Rec, for carrying revenue for the K partner programs on line 56. Should remove that.
Wait.
Which,
income, partner programs K8,
Yeah.
is that what you said?
yeah,
There's nothing there now anyway, zero.
It's zero.
It's zero.
Line 59.
Yeah.
It's zero.
there's a revenue of 6280.
Not in the budget, or are you looking at V11?
You have that?
I have zero.
Let someone have digital. Charles, what do you have on Parks and Rec line 58?
58 Parks and Rec budget, 6280, $6,280.
You're not looking at the budget, you're looking at the,
I'm looking at the Parks and Rec tab, revenues.
They're looking at the Parks and Rec
you're looking at
tab.
the tab.
Yeah.
It's not in the,
It's not in the budget.
it's in the main, look at the CROA.
So are you saying
Look at
that
the
tab is no longer accurate?
That tab has been,
Took it out.
that's been zeroed out in the main budget page.
Is this the one you sent the other day?
And what she said today?
Look at the CROA tab, don't look at the Parks and Rec tab.
Well, then I need to, everything I've been doing,
Yeah.
this whole meeting has been,
So
so I need a second then to decide on these other two.
Anybody
Did
else
you
have-
move something? I'll second it if you move it.
No, I need. to
Oh, you,
look what's
you
here.
need a second.
I
He
need
needs a second.
moment to see.
Paul, what you're thinking, Jared? Anybody else?
So you're not taking out the new signature events, correct?
I haven't yet because you guys haven't made a decision. Nobody's.
Are we,
voted on
are we
anything.
gonna vote on these?
No, but we need to tell her what we want her to do so she can
But are
make
we-
adjustments in the spreadsheet.
How are we gonna know that we agree to it, is my question.
Well, we'll just, so far, the
So far
only
we've
change
agreed
has
to
been
that.
to the
Yeah, I
interest
mean, we've done
income.
well so far.
So that's fine.
So we haven't added any positions. We haven't added the PM
Yeah.
position that we just
Mhm.
talked
Yeah,
about.
$50,000 in income.
We have not, I have
Interesting.
not changed the 10,000 and the 6,000 in revenue associated with it.
But you have the interest income.
Yes, that's the only change that I've made.
All right, I have a deep desire to want to discuss the, park rec fees some more. And also to push for the project manager. But in the interest of consensus, I am going to fight those battles another day.
So
What are you
the,
gonna do?
the recreation committee, are you talking about what?
Fees associated with rentals?
The index that we've been talking about, how much it goes over.
Oh, you're talking
My
about.
personal opinion is all of it should stay in operating because of what it's coming
Oh,
from.
perfect.
But
Okay.
I'm saying I'm not gonna have that discussion. I'm not gonna push for it. We have a consensus here. I want to try to keep to a consensus.
I don't understand what you're saying.
He's saying he's
I'm talking
agreeing
to
for
Mike.
consensus purposes.
You're talking to
Let
who?
me answer Jim.
You're
It's,
talk-
don't think of it as apartment fees. It's surplus within the operation that we can do something with an index. Don't,
Yeah, no, I
Don't think
see
of it
what
as
you're,
public.
yeah, don't,
you gotta get past that mindset.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about parks and recreation.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry
that's
about
what we
that.
heard. No, you're talking about the apartment rec fee.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I heard
Okay.
Parks and
I
Rec.
don't know what to
Okay,
say.
please.
Can we roll the tape to see what I actually said?
I heard Parks and Rec. but-
Put the headsets on. Yeah, sorry about that.
He's saying he agrees with what we have here at this moment.
And I'm not gonna fight it.
Yeah,
And what's the percentage?
3.9.
3.9, but Jared has some more that he might like to
No.
say.
I
Okay.
don't, all those others were cleared up. Insurance, what's the, what's going on?
So Andrew's been talking with the insurance agent back and forth. So there might be something that moves the needle there. As it stands right now, it's sitting at the $300,000, which is exactly what you're budgeted for this year,
Is that,
which is a 12.53% increase over what you're.
then I have nothing else.
Can I address?
Sure. And then I think we can move on.
Yeah, I just want two I want
Sure,
to
sure.
bring up. You've seen these, you saw them in writing. Jared, Andrew sent the note on them. First on the, yeah, let's do that first, I guess. So, thank you. Covenants, so the inspectors. I didn't realize it, but I think Andrew and I had some discussion, and I think we have an inspector starting like right now, or this
In
year
the
we have
fourth
one
quarter.
budgeted in the fourth quarter. So we're adding an inspector in the fourth quarter, which I wasn't aware of, which doesn't mean any difference, but it was new information for me. And then we've got one in the budget for next year, correct?
Yes.
For the entire year.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I was thinking about it, and anytime you have a large sample and you treat everything the same, it usually doesn't work very well. So we've got some problem children in our houses out there, and we've got some very good ones. But we're treating them all the same when we're inspecting them all on the same schedule, 3 times a year. So the idea, and it was in writing, Andrew put it to you, I think, after I sent it to him. The idea is that those people that have a clean sheet, much like a goalie would have in soccer, you get a clean sheet. Lauren knows soccer, right? Clean sheet for the goalie. That's a good thing, right? Then you don't get the next inspection. You get to skip an inspection. So then you get the following one. So instead of having 3 a year, you might have 2 a year. We can kind of calculate how many we're getting clean sheets on out in the universe right now. And we could potentially look at whether we need the one this year, okay? But the one next year, I would question whether you really need that if you go into something like this. There'd be a much more tailored approach to the inspections than just everybody gets it and we go through the process. It's kind of a process thing, and we go through and fill everything out and all that. This person never has a problem.
So
So do them once or twice a year.
the problem with that is selective enforcement
Yeah.
and illegal.
You have to treat everybody
And
the
to
same.
treat everybody the same.
Okay. I
Sorry.
mean, if
I
that's,
really like the idea.
if that's, I don't, I think it's a reward system. I'm not sure it's selective enforcement. I think you're rewarding the people that are, get an opinion. You always run to the lawyer.
If you do it that way, if you say,
That's why we can't do it?
Yeah.
You should communicate those things to me.
I was gonna interrupt you, but you seem to be so excited.
I just got his opinion back today.
I just don't get along with lawyers, I'm telling you. Never have.
But too, Mike, the other thing is they're driving by, if they see a house, if they go by, your house every 3 months, they'll look at it, front, back, side, take pictures, and then they move on. So it's not like somebody who's got a lot of violations that they're, but in any
I
rate.
just
you're trying to reduce the labor that goes into it. correct?
Exactly. I mean, it's bad process.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a bad process. It's redundant work. And anytime you're in an organization, you want to find a way to get rid of that. But then the lawyers get in the way and say, oh, that's illegal. You can't do that.
Well, the other
I just have a little
recommendation,
more sway with the lawyers to get that done.
the other recommendation was a 3 times a year inspection rather than 4.
Yeah, didn't we go?
It's the scope of work that's in your contract is 4 times a year.
There, now we've got.
Gary, like,
Okay.
Lawyers.
Yeah, the contract talks about number of times a year, not the number of personnel. But there may, to Mike's point, they're not,
I'm trying to save you money.
They're
I have one more. What?
you know,
Just give me one for now.
This could be the infamous Mike Jackson filibuster. Go ahead, sir.
No, I think Jared's gonna help me here.
I was just gonna say, let's let David interject real quick.
no, I think to Mike's point, maybe there's a way of doing the reward and staying within the law. Of course, we'll stay within the law, but maybe working with legal just to see how can we be more efficient and do some kind of reward. I don't know how that would work, but or maybe there's some that need more frequent review just because they have a not so good history.
Well, that's,
Well, David, you remember we did the green up cleanup?
If, when
Yep.
they went through and if they didn't find any violations, the people got a postcard that said, hey, you were by your house today, everything looks great,
Yep.
thank you so much for your celebration, beautiful, but then you're gonna
Yeah.
spend money on postage and stuff.
Or, with a thorough review, maybe you find nothing. And so the next quarter, you do a cursory review. And maybe that's a way of being legal and appropriate and honoring what Mike is talking about, Mike and the committee.
Okay, now I'll support you.
Thanks, Jared. Okay, we're going to the porters. Hang in there. So this came out of the committee meeting and discussions too. The porters, we're gonna go with two of them. I think everybody's, I don't want to say comfortable, but understands, but wants some kind of justification put in place. Wants some kind of check and balance to make sure we're doing the right thing here. So we've just emotionally come up with this and said, let's go do this. And that's a problem. That's then when you get people that are in finance and have finance heads and they're looking for quantitative results and measurements and everything else, they just don't like that. So the committee doesn't care for that. The idea is, and whether you put them in for the full year or part year, the idea was to start them at the June time period, about 6 months in, school's out, start those two people at that particular point in time. Between now and then, you start a log. You start keeping all comments that come in about the parks, the bathrooms, whatever else. So you've got some data that you can look at. You've got a baseline. And then when you get closer to that decision to trigger those two, and you're also at that time, the park monitors or the pool monitors, you ask them to carry a garbage bag if they're a park monitor, and they just pick up garbage if they're in a park.
They do that.
And they do that now. And the pool monitor must have access at the pools for the cleaning equipment, that if they see a bad mess, I'm sure they clean it up now too. So you do that, you're recording this stuff. Then you look at the data when the time comes to put those in place in June. And you decide, okay, do we need these? If we do, then we've got data, we put them in, we want to try it. Then we see if it really moves the needle. This is building a business case, Charles said, he's nodding his head. This is building a case around it, building a building.
How would we collect the metrics on whether it's successful or not? What would those be?
Well, the volume of demand.
Yeah, you're gonna look at the baseline, you're gonna look at how it changes. Do they keep going up? Do they go down? The incidents that everybody said that people have called in, stopped people in the street, all this feedback that we have, start putting on a piece of paper.
Okay.
And all I gotta do is drop a piece of paper someplace, the clerk at the front can have a spreadsheet and just write it down. On 9/15, this person said this. We'll just look at what we got. We'll have a lot more to make a decision on than we've got today.
Between cell service and emails and stuff, don't we have data already or no?
Yeah, but that's, again, Lauren, this is
How
Lauren,
about-
Lauren needs to articulate the business case.
Live
If it's a
data.
recommendation.
How about live data, Mike? How about
So,
live
Lauren?
data? How
Live
about,
data, you would record someplace.
okay, so I use the pools.
Yeah, you would
So
send it.
I could go to the pools in the morning, I could go to the pools in the afternoon, I could go to the pools at night.
Okay, stop,
Saturday, no, I'm
stop.
just saying.
No, wait.
What?
Let's not try to figure out why it's not gonna work. Let's try to do
I'm
something.
not, but I'm
Well,
telling you,
You are.
okay, no, I'm not agreeing with you right now, I'm just saying.
It's-
That on Saturday and Sundays at Spring Park Pool and Lakeside Pool, there are an unbelievable amount of birthday parties that go on there that town hall doesn't even know about. So nothing's getting clean there. I'm not saying it's not gonna work, what you're saying. I'm just saying I see it with my eyes. You maybe don't go to the pool, but those two pools are the biggest pain points, or whatever word you want to use, in this community, Lakeside and Heritage Pool. The amount of kids, the amount of garbage that generates over there, I bring my own garbage bag now because sometimes there isn't room in the garbage pails to bring garbage. You go in the
That's no
bathrooms,
good.
So David has his hand up.
Yeah, so Mike, I think your point's a very good one, but I think what
It is.
started this was Lauren making a comment that maintenance staff are doing the cleaning. So I think a metric would be, now what are maintenance staff doing that they previously could not be doing? I mean, I think there's a metric. Okay, maintenance staff are doing maintenance, not cleaning. I mean, there's some parallel metrics that will be very helpful.
Well, could we not leave this in the budget since we're at 3.9, right, as it sits now, leave it in the budget, start trying to do some
accounting between, now this is only September, between now and next year, and maybe we don't bring them on, you know, January 1st, maybe we wait 6 months, and then come February or something where we've got a good amount of data, knowing that in summer it's gonna pick up like crazy. Go from there, maybe.
It's just the weekends that are the pain points. It's Saturday and Sunday.
But we do need to start collecting data to do any.
60 seconds and
Okay, then we gotta move on, because it's quarter after already. Thank you. Okay.
on the inspections 4 times a year issue. When I was on covenants, I did a historical analysis of 10 years of covenants violations. I got all the data from the office, put it all together. I still have that analysis. 62% of residents every year get at least one violation letter. So it's kind of hard to figure out who's on the good side. 6.2% of the of celebration gets multiple letters every year. Now, it's not always the same people, although it is in some cases, but there's that percentage. And 13% of the people get at least 2 letters every year. But the real reason we can't cut back on that is selective enforcement. Finally, for pool monitors, I'm kind of chuckling back here. Do you remember 6 years ago, we used to pay lifeguards. We had a lifeguard at every pool, and guess what? They cleaned, we paid them to clean up at the end of the shift. So really what we're doing is replacing the lifeguards.
And there was never an issue with the lifeguards at Lakeside. Yeah, but what he's saying is that you're.
Yeah.
We paid their salaries for years.
Okay. So are we good with this? To pass back to the finance committee? That's the next step? Back to the finance
The
committee?
next step is to go to an actual board meeting.
Actual
to
board meeting?
Propose it to the community.
Just one more question. Where do we have is it under administrative expenses for the covenant letters, like what we actually print, mail? Like where
That's your printing and mailing costs.
so that's all encompassing,
It's all,
but that's
it's all
everything.
done
elections.
in-house now. It's not.
That's, yeah.
So it's not broken down though by covenants at the grant, okay.
Elections are not part of that, though, are the elections are separate?
The election mailings are in the elections, and the postage associated with the elections mailings are part of the election line item. The covenants postage and other letters that we send out to people are all in their postage and printing costs.
So the next step of this is we're going to send it out to the community then.
So
We need
it
to
will
vote.
go on your, if you vote to put this on your September board meeting, it will go on your September board meeting, and then you will vote to approve it to go out to the community to notify them that at your October board meeting, you are going to vote to approve and finalize your 2024 budget. As part of this, we'll do the 3-year projection as well.
So it's a preliminary.
For our
And that's what we have to, that's what we have to do. I mean, to maintain our timeline.
Right. So make sure everybody was clear.
For the V12 version, can we clean up all those other?
I'll clean up everything, yeah.
And
So
so Lauren,
3.5
Lauren, just to be clear, with the porch and yard sale and home improvements, that is moved to CCS in this budget, or is proposed to be
It is.
moved?
It is in this budget, it is contemplated out of the budget, but I will put it back in if you vote to reject that proposal at your CCS meeting in 2 weeks.
So, yeah, so there's 2 moving parts. So right now it's out as long as CCS approves.
Correct.
So,
Okay, thank you.
so we say we're giving it back to the finance committee, but Mike.
No.
Okay,
this
we're
is-
not.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
She's gonna clean it up.
and what's our decision on their last recommendations? One is it's illegal, right?
You can't
Apparently.
do the selective enforcement.
Yeah. And the second one is what? That we're gonna keep them in for the whole year?
That's the concept.
Yeah,
before.
yeah,
Budget wise, we are. We
yeah,
can change
budget wise
that.
we are.
We can change that based on data when we start collecting
Yeah.
in November.
Okay.
Okay.
Just wanted clarity.
Okay,
I'm not providing approval or support for the finance committee. Understand that? So
gotcha.
got to go back to them in total if you want to do that.
Is there a finance committee meeting before the next board meeting? There should be.
You have one on the 20.
I think I
It's the
saw
night-
it.
it's the night.
Day before.
I mean, I would prefer this to go back for any final review. anyone has an issue with that, or?
Well, I can
They
do,
can-
we can
they
do
can
the
be paired.
cleanup and we can do the 3-year projection, so we can get their input on the percentage to use for the 3-year projection and contemplated island village for 25, 26, because that's gonna have an impact.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know all of what's gonna be out there.
I know we have to put something out at the same time as that meeting's happening, before that meeting happens, but there can be recommendations at that meeting when we're voting on it.
Correct.
If
Yeah.
needed.
Right.
Right.
So,
So Jared,
it's, wait, so it's gonna run, we're gonna run past the finance committee one more time. We're gonna put in the 3-year projection, come back to the board, and then from there on, just what you said. So we have to move on.
so this,
I have one last
Proceed.
one last clarification, and that was on what was decided. I know when Tom was in the room, there was discussion about we could use capital funds for an off-site lease. And I said, I don't think that, I'd rather keep it in operating funds. How is the budget listed right now, and what would that look like going forward? Do we put it in
It's not
capital
part of
funds,
the
or do,
budget.
or
It's not
my
part of the budget.
suggestion, my suggestion is it would be part of the budget. So that, but I think we need to discuss that.
Well, we'll need to discuss and vote on it, yeah.
if
Exactly.
you did it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're
I mean, it's a part,
Are you okay with,
or we can-
are you okay
we
with
can
that
also-
going on the 27th?
sure,
We don't have
sure. I mean,
time.
it doesn't have, we don't have to do it tonight, but that is a specific item that could be, as we finalize that budget on the, at the board meeting in 2 weeks.
The way I understood the discussion when Tom was here, it doesn't, because that was my concern, that we would have to do it, we would have to put it on. Explain it, John.
Just
It
put
doesn't
it,
have
put
to
it in
be,
as,
it doesn't have to be part of the budget, or it is, but the money, we can take the money from wherever we want to take it from. We can take it from operating.
Sure.
we can use it from-
So David's saying that we should account for it in the budget because he wants to pay for it out of operating. What,
my suggestion is that would be operating,
what
but
the,
that's a
what
discussion item.
Cindy's original discussion proposal was it be paid for by capital.
It doesn't impact the budget.
Right.
So it doesn't impact the budget.
Right.
Right,
So
right.
that's, I mean,
That's a policy decision.
Then we should talk about that now because we did that with everything else tonight.
yes.
That's right.
I don't think we should do that. I think it should come out of,
So just to be,
Wait, what-
sorry.
I don't think we should do that. I think we should do what the recommendation was out of capital.
Out of capital?
Yes.
What do you think? Capital,
Yeah,
capital, capital,
and finance,
capital?
you're good with this, right? As a committee, you guys?
Okay, yeah,
So I thought,
yeah. Everybody, sorry, David.
That's fine. That's fine. No, that's
I'll
fine.
ask you
That's why we vote.
Exactly.
Okay,
We
so
we
these
have
numbers,
we had 7 minds weighing in, which is fine.
Okay, thanks, David.
so this budget that we're looking at is the recommendation of the finance committee. We haven't changed anything tonight.
Yes, we did. We changed the income,
Yes,
the interest income.
we added some
changed.
interest income and
Right.
reduced the
Yeah.
increase by.
But we didn't change anything else that they recommended to us.
No.
Okay, so,
You changed it previous version when you brought in the porters and.
no, I'm,
everything
I'm
else.
talking about tonight's version.
Tonight we did.
This
No.
version is what
They roll
came,
forward- They roll forward, it's still something the
I'm
finance
just-
committee
I'm
hasn't
just
looked at
trying
in
to
totality.
understand, Mike, what
Yeah.
I'm approving here. This was the recommendation of the finance committee, that's all I'm
you're not
asking.
approving any.
Yeah, we're not- yeah.
That's not the case.
Yeah, we're just,
Moving it
That's not,
forward.
we're just.
that's not it.
So you guys didn't recommend.
this is the budget that came out of the last finance committee meeting after the board.
That's what I'm asking Jared, I'm trying to understand
Yes, this is what came out of that.
the last. finance
Their
meeting.
recommendation is to only have porters start at the beginning of the year. We are
Right.
choosing to have them be for the whole year with possible
Middle of the
consideration of changing it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another recommendation about having less inspectors, and we've discovered that we cannot do that.
Right,
So,
that's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand, that I'm on,
Yeah, we want to be careful not to deviate too much because this seems to be the final product and we don't want to have to send it back.
I don't see this changing almost at all.
Yeah.
For what, but we'll see what the finance committee all says collectively, but it's not going to be dramatic.
thank you, Jared.
Okay, service area budgets. We just all looked at these?
Committees, those service areas that have committees have all met with us at least once to discuss their budgets. Those service areas that don't have committees, we had a meeting, invited all residents in that community to attend and discuss the budgets. In many cases, they did attend and we discussed what we had available for them. We had a follow-up meeting with one of them last week. And so these are all supported by the committees and those that attended the budget meetings.
Service
So
area
when's the
committees.
Island
Service
Village
area
one?
committees.
Island Village one didn't happen yet, correct?
Their budget meeting,
Yes.
Rose met with some people from Island Village.
They don't have a service
We don't
area
have a-
committee,
But
right?
we opened it up, so anybody, even if they didn't have a service area committee, we still opened it up and held a meeting and invited the whole community to come.
I noticed there's no legal fees in here on Island Village. For 2024.
Yeah.
The contract.
I don't think you'll be hitting legal fees in 24. I think you wait on those.
I have no comments on service area.
Their biggest drivers are their reserve contributions and their landscaping contracts.
I think that this just has evolved over the last 2 or 3 years. I know that Celia's put a lot of work in on the surface areas and the committees and everything like that. I think this year we still have a few that are like, what, you're gonna increase it this much, but it's much smaller number than last year because we looked to try to put them all on course last year, as much as we could, right?
Yes, we tried to course correct a lot of the service areas because they were under budgeted and in some cases their reserves were significantly underfunded. They are all fully funding their reserves and they are, I believe, they're all funding their reserves. Their biggest drivers are the reserve contribution and their landscaping contract. We just redid all the RFPs for all the landscaping contracts, so that's solidified for the next 3 years. And their reserve contribution is from the reserve study, so there's not really a lot of wiggle room there.
So there is something with the Island Village service areas on the 28th. Is that for
That's their vote
their vote to
to
their
form
committee?
their committee.
And we haven't heard anything yet about Roseville Corners.
That resolution will be on your September meeting.
Okay. And then they will have to vote.
Yes. But we did meet with Roseville about their budget. We met
Yeah.
with people who came that were interested from Island Village about their budget.
Mhm.
So even if they didn't have a committee, individuals had an opportunity to provide input.
And I think the Roseville Corners residents are very happy that they don't have any increases.
Anybody else have any questions about the service areas? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. David, I know you don't have a copy of the community survey.
Right.
But I still would like to talk about it since we do have time.
Sure.
It's basically, just so you know, 10 questions. And an area for comments. So.
Can I open up with a motion to approve the community survey questions?
Sure. Is that it?
So I have a motion. to approve.
Okay. So Charles making a motion to approve the community survey questions. Got a second?
I'll second it.
Question?
Want me to kick it off, or-
Yeah. Since you're the author.
So,
Who is the author then?
Charles.
I did.
You said partial, so.
Well, I started it. It was massaged and refined by Cindy. We had some back and forth.
But basically, those are the questions I didn't.
No. So I think that's where we're trying to kind of land on today. So what's up? It was too test flight. So background. So what we did obviously as a board, thank you, Gary, for pushing us to do the forward version of the evaluation. So what we wanted to do was do.
David, can you hear what
Yes,
Charles is saying?
Okay, I can hear. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So what we wanted to do was take now the questions that the board evaluated and try to do a comparable version for the community. Solicit feedback from those in the community just to hear what grant managers are doing well, where can they improve. And we tried to do this mirroring the RFP statement of work to the best of our ability, so that when you look at these, the questions are generally the same. Some of them had to be massaged a little bit to be more community focused because it's a community facing question. So what we came up with were, I think to Cindy's point, came up with around 10 questions on a scale of 1 to 5. So again, it's mirroring the same evaluation criteria as the RFP. 1 is below expectations, 5 is exceeding expectations, 3 is right in the middle. The ranging from technology, communications, communication delivery channels. We have customer service, professionalism, covenants, architectural review. We have like our custodial services, general maintenance, recreation. We have an overall rating as well. One of the questions that I think is critical is, in your opinion, should the management contract with grant managers be renewed? There are 3 options: definitely not, I don't feel strongly one way or the other, absolutely yes. What I thought that was important is it's not necessarily the sole determinant of renewing or not, but it's an important question that we ask the community just to get their perception, their feedback. It's a data point just to see, kind of where they are right now in the community. I think the next step, so there's 2 things from here. Obviously, number 1, we need to agree on the questions, if everyone is aligned with them, and we want to send them out in this form. 2, the timeline and the mechanism. So survey monkey, and how many weeks do we want to put this out there and all that. And then how do we want to take this and then marry it with the board version of the survey and do we want to come up with like a composite rating, or do we want to just look at these independently? And then obviously, how do we act on it in the action plans and forward? So,
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
To be clear, this is going to the homeowners.
Correct.
Since we have time, since David's at a disadvantage, David, I'm going to read you the questions just so you get a flavor of what we're talking about, if that's okay. David?
It's hard. That's hard. I mean, not having seen it, it's just, this is the first time I'm hearing any detail.
Well, the questions are short.
There's a lot of them.
There's 10.
Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah. I think we just either need to decide whether we have a vote, and he's just not gonna.
And if there are questions, questions we want to strike, and again, keep in mind, like the version we had was what, 20 pages long. So trying to distill that down into a community survey was a little bit tricky, but I think these were probably the most important community-facing aspects. So
Just with what's been said so far, I have a couple of concerns. First of all, we do want community input. I think that's vital. Second is when I hear the scale below expectations and exceed expectations, I think that's very inappropriate. We as a board and people who are active in the community and on the RFP task force have a detailed sense of what reasonable expectations are. So I'm not sure that is the right scale. I also am very concerned about whether we should be asking whether a contract should be renewed. I don't think that's in the purview of residents. I think that's a board decision based on so many factors. Again, looking at all the details that we have looked at and all the background work, I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Are you thinking that we're going to take the results of this and they're going to be our decisions? It's just going to be extra data points. So I'm confused as to why.
I'm concerned about how the data is going to be used. I'm concerned how the data is going to be used and then promulgated in the community as the board makes a decision.
I think it's our job as the board to get as much information from the community if we should renew the contract and then make decisions based on that data.
We're still going to make the decision, David.
And the value of this also is we have we have multiple data points. We're not going to renew or not renew based on the community survey, the board survey. It's again, just a data point, as Jim said. And I think below meet exceed, you're now sending this to the community. So it's completely fair to ask them, what are your expectations? That's typical customer service survey methodology 101, David. I completely disagree.
No, I disagree. I disagree. Having done hundreds of surveys, I disagree with that.
Well, and I think what he was trying to do was mirror the range that we had. But let me just to read you one of the questions.
Yeah, but we
David.
have a different mindset. We have a different mindset.
Okay, but let me read one of the questions for you. Customer service. Timeliness of responses from town hall and acknowledging, recording, reporting, tracking and handling inquiries, complaints, requests for service or repairs or other communications. Right below that it says, have you had occasion to interact with the staff at town hall over the last 18 months? Yes or no? If no, go to the next question. So
Yeah,
we're trying
an appropriate scale would be strongly disagree to strongly agree. What is the basis of someone's expectations? We have the basis. We see the scope of work. We see all this behind the scenes.
It's an aggregate of the community of everybody's expectations. So we're taking an average of 4,000.
It's
I think
subjective.
it's an inappropriate scale.
Okay. I'd like to call for a vote.
Wait a second,
Well, hold on, we have to ask Gary.
Go
wants to
ahead.
say
Gary.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gary.
Just looked at these tonight, but I too have had experience with this in the military and my civilian career. I have some specific recommendations. I agree with David that the term below met and exceeded expectations is confusing. If I'm a resident, I don't know what the expectations are because they're under different categories and some of them I don't have expectations. So I would suggest having a grading scale because this would be more my reaction to each of these categories. Satisfactory, unsatisfactory. Now I understand as a resident, yes, when I walked away from the front desk or when I left that committee meeting, I was satisfied or I was unsatisfied, but I don't have expectations.
So you're talking about satisfied being the highest.
Or something appropriate, but that's my going in opinion
So
tonight.
not having met expectations and then exceeded like you did with us. You think should be
Yeah,
different.
for instance, if I went to a covenants meeting, I don't have any expectations except I'm going to win or I'm going to lose. So I'm either satisfied or unsatisfied, but my expectations, I can't gauge
Keep
that.
it simple.
That's
Yeah.
It's simple to the
Tomato,
resident.
tomato.
No, that's
Okay,
fair.
I
That's
get it.
fair.
And so now I'll get specific. If you look at page 2 on covenants, have you had covenants issues over the last 18 months? So if you say yes, you get to answer the question. I'm going to let you know that the responses are going to be skewed toward the negative. Because if I won my case at ARC or covenants, I'm going to be happy. But the majority of them are unhappy because they got the letter in the first place. So that kind of response, when you talk about covenants, is going to be skewed toward the negative, and it may give you an inappropriate gauge.
Well, it's,
You're going to have that either way with recency bias. There's
It's-
always that, no matter if you have it on a satisfied.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
it is going to be skewed to the negative.
Yeah.
I think we all know that, and we will weigh it appropriately.
Right, but perhaps not use that. And then my final recommendation for tonight is in each category of there's 3 sections and you're rating specific categories or subject areas very specifically. Good. But at the bottom, there's a section rating for that section. And I think that's going to give you trouble when you get a section rating that's skewed one way or the other, but the specific subjects are indicating the opposite. I think you're going to confuse people on how do they rate these 4 different subjects when I've already rated them. So I would leave out the section rating that noticeably somewhat, same, somewhat, noticeably.
She got it.
Okay, I'm good with it.
I would take that.
I didn't,
Just look at the specific 10 subject categories and then don't confuse it with a sort of an overall scope.
what is your opinion, coming from the RFP task force, on the last question about would you renew or not? What is your opinion on that? Just,
I think you're going to get wildly skewed responses, especially if you ask for their reason.
Sure.
I mean, David, I wouldn't ask that question. I think it's a board decision because you're the ones who selected the actual management company. I don't get a vote on that as a resident.
Well, theoretically, we should be voting the interests of you and other homeowners. So
Right, but I want you to base that decision on
yeah, well,
whether or not.
this isn't an election. It is data. So again, we'll weigh that data appropriately. But again, to say just because you're going to get something we think would be negative
No,
and not collected, I don't agree with that.
no, I didn't say to be negative. I said it would be skewed. I would recommend that you make your decision on whether to continue the contract or not, based on the answers you get from the 10 categories.
Why would you think it would be skewed the last question as opposed to?
Because as a resident, I've already answered specifically 4 different categories, very specifically. And then you asked me to summarize that at the bottom. I don't know how to do that.
It'll frustrate them.
It'll frustrate them because I've already given you my responses. So how can I roll that up?
I think to me, it's a different line of questioning, so to speak.
I'm talking about the rating.
Sorry, what?
I'm talking about the rating, the deteriorated
So
and
you think the question is of, oh, no, we're talking about the question of, should the grant mayor's contract be renewed?
yes. And I think the other 10 items are going to give you that response, plus your board survey that you've already got the results. That's what I'd like you to base it on, not a resident separate response from the 10 categories. Because I think it'll be.
Well, there may be things that we didn't ask that are particularly bothersome, or an incident that we can't capture, obviously, in this data, where they would do that. Maybe it's a negative incident,
actually, you
maybe it's a
can.
positive
In that
incident.
case,
Actually, you can.
What?
Actually, can I think a survey like this, if it's done, should have an open-ended response. And that gives an
Yes.
opportunity for someone to say anything else.
Yes.
I would
It's very
also,
difficult to analyze the data from that, as you well know.
yeah, I would
But if you're
also
gonna ask them-
say that we need to have demographics, like how long have you lived in Celebration? Are you living full-time? Are you
No.
in a service area? What village are you in? Are you an owner or a renter?
No, in my mind, the idea of this is to get feedback, not to categorize the feedback, not to get demographics
so
related information.
is your argument to be
I think
able
it'll
to
be
say-
helpful. It'll be helpful. It'll be helpful.
You're-
If people who've lived here 2 years have a bad experience and people who've lived here longer have a good experience, that's very helpful information.
I think it sends the wrong message to
Yeah.
newer people.
If you include the last question on renewal of the contract, be sure and include a line where they can fill in the blank to tell you why.
Sure.
Otherwise, I'd take it out.
So David, when you said include demographics and include, village and how long have you been here, what would be then, how would you action that? I assume you'd segment that out, you'd have different.
Absolutely.
assessments based on that.
I did that 5 years ago when I was doing quarterly community surveys. And I remember one where we would sort it by village because it was telling. And I think length of time is an important variable.
I don't think it's appropriate to penalize someone based on how long they've lived here.
No
I
penalty,
think there
no
is,
penalty.
there is a sense of
penalty.
this board and certain people who have been on the board for a long time that they know better than homeowners because they've been here longer. And I don't want to encourage or support that belief.
The only point I will make is you're saying, and I know this is a bit of a conflict because I'm commenting on something about creating grand manners, and I apologize, but I'm just as trying to be objective here. You're asking somebody if the overall conditions are deteriorated the same or improved based on the previous management company. This is where I think David's, how long have you been here? Question might come into play, because if they haven't been here when
How did they
CCMC
know?
was here, then that's not really a,
Well, you know, it's a question of what data should we be collecting and why. I don't think, I stated the reason why I don't think we should do it, so.
But
I'm just saying that how-
Penalizing the residents, we're just asking them, how long have you lived in
We're not
celebration?
penalizing them. We're
Somebody
saying-
just said
I,
penalize.
I said that
Oh.
because if I see a survey that asks me for what was the things David said? How
What
long
about
you've lived
village,
here,
how long you've lived
how
here?
old you are, how.
And he
how
didn't
long-
say how old you are, how long you
but that's a
lived here.
typical thing. You know, you could give them a range of, 20 to 40,
But
40 to
to
60.
Lauren's comment, how do you know things are improved or haven't
They're
improved?
just
if you
comparing
only
based on
lived
their
here?
experience.
Yeah.
Right, but if you
What does
only
it matter if
lived,
you've lived here 3 years versus 5 years versus 20 years?
so if you
Does a
only
20-year
lived-
person have more value in their survey?
No, I mean, nobody said that, but they know what the community looked like. They know how the
I
community.
think that's what we're implying if we ask that. That's my position.
I think the other thing is, I'll quote Mike too, and I'm pretty common, keep it simple. I think the more we start segmenting and going down these paths, I think we want to just get an overall pulse on the community. It's,
Without getting too complicated.
yeah, without, that's the thing. I think as we were writing this, it was like, all right, 20 questions, 30 questions, the attention spans already are pretty short. We all have short attention spans. We want to be able to try and get feedback quickly, timely, accurate.
It's not gonna look like this, is it?
Survey.
This will be one per household, one per household.
Correct.
Yep. Same mechanism as the communications survey. I assume it would follow like the same Survey Monkey style.
They
Okay.
their scope was wider than that when they did their,
Oh, it was great. No, it's, yeah, no.
but,
The communications survey didn't limit it to one per household. It was just.
yeah, yeah, they didn't do it.
So I don't know, survey, I don't know.
Can we do
Yeah.
that through, ONR or our election software?
Because you need like a unique ID, right?
So I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it in Survey Monkey where we can just we'll send it through Syrinet to the primary email address on file. And then you'll only be able to use that link to complete the survey one time. I'm pretty sure there's a way in
Okay.
Survey Monkey to do that.
I think we had this conversation before
Yeah.
that somebody could keep going on and doing the survey over and
No,
over and
it's-
over.
Yeah,
totally
I
fair.
think there's a mechanism in Survey Monkey to,
Well, how about, to David's point, how about, just like you do when you apply for a loan, and they say, they ask you questions, say you don't have to answer. At the very bottom, we can ask some demographic questions, but put there, you don't have to answer these if you don't want to.
Well, but if it's optional, it's not gonna be effective. If you don't get data for everyone, then you can't segment them out correctly. I'm okay, if that's a compromise that we reach, I'm okay.
Same, yeah.
Sure, if we put it with the not required answers, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a compromise? Yes.
Well, anything in the survey is not required to be answered.
Yeah, but I think David has a good point. Like if they answer the question on the village, that might be telling in some way.
No,
As far as like,
No,
especially like
additional- yeah,
janitorial.
yeah, additional data is always good.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing against the additional data. I just want to make sure that we're not implying or inferring anything from this related to the topic that I discussed, which was the sense of some people that those who have been here longer know what's good for celebration much better. And that's not
I
conducive
think
to
that's
a
what
big
David was
community.
talking about.
No,
What?
but he doesn't want it to be perceived as that.
Perceived.
And
Yeah.
for people to look at that and say, oh, I've only been here 2 years, they're not gonna pay any attention to what I think because I haven't been here 20 years. I think that's what he's trying to.
Right, but how is a person that's only been here 2 years know what CCMC did before Graham Annis came on?
But we're gonna take, I think,
You could make it more specific.
no, we're gonna take out what
Yeah, I don't think we should
the
do the
section-
comparison.
Yeah, we're not, so we're gonna.
If
take
you
that.
say compared to other HOAs, we can do that.
No, we just should remove all the section ratings.
We're gonna remove the section, we're gonna remove the section ratings.
In question 1 and 2, it says. No, 2 and. 4 and 5.
And then,
it says, have you had the occasion to interact with staff at town hall over the last 18 months? They all relate to the question above, those two don't.
Okay,
Like the other, like the one below,
So you
have
wanna
you had
move
any covenants issues over the last 18 months?
These are all the ones to be.
we didn't have any questions. I did, oh, just if the 18 months thing.
You had the, have you had the occasion?
Yeah,
have you had the-
because-
I'm in a consensus minute and I have to go to the bathroom.
It just some of the wording that makes it relate to the have you had an occasion to interact with customer service at town hall over the last 18 months?
And also,
That's an important question.
yeah, but again, customer service expands beyond interacting like at town hall, like, you know what I mean? So that's where you kind of,
Well, that's not what this question is asking. This question is specifically asking timeliness of responses from town hall and acknowledging blah, 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 blah. This is a town hall only question, number 4.
I think what Gary suggested was appropriate. Were you satisfied when you walked away, or were you not satisfied? It's that simple.
I think that's fine. There also could be an answer for NA if you didn't, I didn't go to town hall, so NA.
right.
Yeah.
Yep. No,
And then that gets rid of that intermediate question.
so how would the scale then look? So
NA, satisfactory, unsatisfactory.
You know,
Or
I think-
very-
I think
or-
you're saying you're still keeping your
typically
5 things, just.
like a 5-point
Really
scale.
unsatisfied.
Very
And-
dissatisfied, very dissatisfied, neutral, or not satisfied or dissatisfied, yeah.
Or somewhat satisfied. That doesn't make
Okay.
sense.
Yeah.
Amy's got a good point.
And you can also build in a skip pattern if SurveyMonkey lets you do that. I use something more sophisticated.
So like very unsatisfied.
That's, you get it complicated again.
Well, no, it's what,
That's
I'm
fine.
I'm
It's still
building the
5 questions.
scale.
Yeah.
It's a 5, it's
It's a
5
5-thing
scale.
question.
the
Okay.
reason why is
So
to
it's
keep it
less
similar
NA.
to what was in the RFP,
Right.
so that.
So it's very unsatisfied,
Somewhat unsatisfied.
somewhat
Those
Neutral.
surveys,
neutral,
Satisfied, very satisfied.
satisfied,
those
very
surveys.
satisfied. Okay,
Something.
right? Okay,
Something along that line.
okay. Take out those other things. We don't want want to take out the 18-month business? Or leave it in?
Yeah, because the NA takes care of that.
Okay. Those out. Put some demographics at the bottom that they don't have to answer.
Get rid of the ratings.
Make sure it says completely optional or something
Yes.
wrong.
You want to put it at the bottom or at the top?
Bottom.
Okay.
We'll put our heads together on that one.
My only other thing to add was, do we want to add under the communications or something a separate question about the website, although talking about skewing.
Yeah. There wasn't, the only reason it wasn't like in the scope of works, like I think it was encompassed under technology, maybe, like the website. There wasn't like an explicit like website specific task.
Number 3 is about the website.
Oh.
Yeah.
There it is.
No.
Website and social media
Communication delivery
platforms.
channels.
You may want to reword it. but-
Well, that's what I'm saying, that,
It's lumped into that. He
Yeah.
thinks it might be better to call it out separately.
that is 2 separate questions. I guess I don't care.
You want to call it web and social media?
Well, do you want to just put it up with technology?
Why don't you just put communications again? The communications.
I would sooner put it up with technology.
It's not a technology issue
Not
though.
It is to me.
No,
I could say a lot of things, but none of them are good, so I'm not gonna say it.
you don't want to confuse the Cyranet question. with
Yeah.
Website.
But you're gonna condemn social media based on the website inclusion.
Well, no, I'm talking about our social media we have a Facebook and we have,
Yes,
have
and
town
based
hall.
on this question, everybody's gonna say it's terrible because it's also the website.
No, town hall celebration,
Okay, that's fine.
celebration town hall, the one that every time they put something, I post on the 2.
Yeah, we have the Facebook
He's
page,
gonna
right?
say,
Right, we have the Facebook page.
he's saying that because the website and the social media presence are coupled together in the same question, that you might see it skewed more negative because the website has not
been up to
has
snuff.
not been up to snuff
Right.
versus the social media presence has improved and.
Yeah.
and-
So we're having to evaluate the website and social media together versus.
I don't think anybody knows we have social media. I don't think that people know that we have a Facebook page and that we did Twitter and we did all that stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
there's like
starting
12,000
to.
followers on your Facebook page.
Well, then do you want to separate it?
Yeah.
So one says website and the other says social
I would-
media?
3A and 3B, website, social media,
Okay,
I can agree with that.
so that's,
all right.
would be tangled in it.
Okay.
Who's putting this together?
I will. I got the Word document. I'll go through and I'll work on it tomorrow and get it back, get it out to you guys so you can look at it again.
It's, whatever you do, proofread what is it?
Survey
Survey Monkey, proofread it before you go live to
Yeah.
make sure they organize it the way you want it. If they make a graphical error, screw up the numbers,
And it's
you're
not
hosed.
worth anything, yeah.
Well, we enter all the data.
Yeah.
So that would be our fault.
If we wait to vote on this until next meeting, is that gonna mess things up?
So the only reason why I wanted to cover it today was your leadership is coming in October, the
October
workshop.
13th for your workshop to discuss your evaluation of GM. That's
We're right in the
topic
month
of
right
that.
now.
Yeah.
We're right in the month right now.
I like to vote to do it and try to get it done. What's a reasonable amount of time?
Well, I can have this revised tomorrow.
Could we vote to move forward today
Mhm.
and then unanimously by email, just finalize like the,
Yeah, you can vote to approve the changes as suggested here.
Okay,
And then we can-
Everybody will look at it.
Everybody will look at it, make sure the
Are
verbiage.
we setting a time for it to go out?
so I guess that would be two. So then you can get it necessary monkey within what, couple days?
Yeah, I would say,
Oh, wait.
yeah, because so Liz and her group should put it in and then test it.
Yeah.
Make sure that we have everything set and the links aren't
Make sure everything's
being
up to
double
code.
used, make sure people double
We can't
use,
double click.
have a board person take one last pass on it and make sure that it is accurately reflecting what you want it to do.
Yes.
So there's no ability to claim that we're changing
Yeah.
things or
Yeah.
just,
You want to have
That's
several people
Okay.
you want several people to put data in and download the data and see and analyze it to see if it tells you what you want it, if you, what you put in. So you
so
want
we'll
to pilot
probably
test.
send a test survey to the board so you guys
All
can
right,
test it
yeah,
out.
okay.
Things
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
a good
Yeah.
idea.
Okay. And then
Test it.
last
Yeah.
go,
Try
Monday
to
matters.
have some skip
So-
patterns and see if they work.
Yes, and we'll do Monday Matters, Friday Flash.
And we'll
Website.
keep it up for how long?
How long do you want to analyze your data before your 13th meeting?
When's the third?
Or the 11th meeting, sorry, the 11th.
Less than a month.
I think 2 weeks is fine.
So it would it would go out on the 20th, close on the 4th. And then you'd have an entire week to analyze your data.
Yeah.
Two reminders.
Yeah. That's fair.
Can you ensure it only goes to owners?
I'll send it out solely through Cyranet too, and it'll go to the registered email address.
Just one per household.
Yeah.
Ma-
we
Make,
can send it-
make sure that, make
Right.
sure your data does not have the email address in it.
One other food for thought issue with Liz, if you can see, so if you're sending out whatever, like 4,500 emails,
Mhm.
there's a way to also see like progress in like the Monday Matters, like, hey, you've gotten 1,000, or like a little, just to like.
Oh,
get
yeah,
the
I mean, I
community.
can see here's my struggle right now.
Yes.
I can see when people respond and I can see what the responses are in SurveyMonkey. I'd like to temporarily change the password and have one of you own that while you're getting responses.
Charles, do you want to do that?
I'll take it, yeah. That's fine.
And then you can pass it back to me after the survey.
Because he's into this, as you say.
I'm not into it, just we need to get it.
It is, well, he's into the process and.
Yes.
So we have a motion on the table.
So we,
There is.
Yes. So,
You call him for vote?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
who made the motion?
I made the motion, Jim seconded.
Yes, we did. Okay.
You accept the amendments proposed.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Jim?
And I do as well.
Okay. All in favor?
I,
Anybody opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Sorry, David.
Yep.
Okay, so 6-4 and 1 abstention. And I will get this out to you tomorrow morning sometime. I mean, even tonight, if I get another second wind, when I get back. Okay, anything else?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Who said that?
Jared,
Jared first, Charles had the second. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. I did that. I owe you 2 Cokes or something.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night,
Aye.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.